was a demonstration, Diane, of how rocky of a confirmation process this could have been for Matt Gaetz, because we knew from Senate Republicans that regardless of what the House Ethics Committee decided to do in terms of publicly releasing that report, they wanted to know what the House Ethics Committee and the Department of Justice, which also investigated these allegations and declined to bring criminal charges, uncovered over the course of their investigations. And senators had said they had already requested Democrats in the Senate what the FBI uncovered into Matt Gaetz. They were positioning themselves to see what the House Ethics Committee uncovered into Matt Gaetz. And so there were senators who wanted to know exactly what was found into Matt Gaetz, which sources told us was a woman telling the committee that when she was 17 years old and in high school, and Matt Gaetz was a sitting member of Congress in 2017, that he had sex with her. Women telling the committee, according to their attorney, that they witnessed Matt Gaetz having sex with a minor, that he paid them for sex through Venmo records, which ABC News also obtained. Point being, what we saw dripping out of that Ethics Committee investigation clearly demonstrated to senators that this was going to be an uphill battle for Matt Gaetz. And there were some senators who wanted Gaetz to go through this fight. Lindsey Graham said yesterday, after he met with Gaetz right up here on Capitol Hill, that Matt Gaetz should have a confirmation hearing and have the chance, in Lindsey Graham's words, to quote unquote confront his accusers. But Matt Gaetz now dropping out of this process, the results of that House investigation now remaining in limbo as to whether or not they will ever see the light of day, and certainly no Senate confirmation hearing in Matt Gaetz's future, Diane.
And, John, there was a lot of backlash against this nomination from the start, not only because of those allegations, but also because of Gaetz's limited legal experience. So where does that put the Trump transition team now? Who will they name if it's not Gaetz?
Yeah, you know, one Republican Senator, Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma, said that he didn't know that Gaetz was an attorney until he was announced as the candidate for Attorney General. So, yes, his experience and his approach to the Justice Department was a big part of this, as were the allegation. In terms of what comes next, Trump interviewed several candidates for Attorney General. He can certainly go back to that list. But here's what I would look for, Diane. As Gaetz was announced, he also announced his choice for Deputy Attorney General. That is Todd Blanche, who is his lead defense counsel on a number of his cases, most prominently the New York hush money case. Todd Blanche is, became the personal lawyer to Donald Trump. He is a former prosecutor. He is widely respected, and he is somebody that clearly has the trust of Donald Trump. I would look to whether or not he would consider elevating Blanche, who he's already chosen and already announced as the Deputy Attorney General nominee, to be the nominee for Attorney General.
And we know that Gaetz could opt to retake his seat when the congressional session resumes in January. We'll be waiting to watch more on all of that. John Karl, Jay O'Brien, thank you both. And our coverage continues on ABC News Live and on abcnews.com. I'll be back. Also, David Muir will have more tonight on World News Tonight, and I will be back on ABC News Live right after this break. Right now, we'll return you to your regular programming. Have a great day.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
A dress on a red carpet
ever. Fantastic.
Ever in general, but also at the Oscars, first, and that got a lot of criticism, but a lot of praise. I remember young kids being like, I feel like I can wear what I want to wear, because clothes, there are no rules. They're just clothes. We're not doctors. We're playing dress up here. So, I think that was what was great about that moment, because I think it changed the perception of, what people think we should be able to wear in our world. And we have enough going on in our world. The clothes should be the fun part of the day. Getting dressed up shouldn't be stressful and a challenge, which is also same with body or gender or age or whatever it is, which is what this whole book is about, right?
The book is gorgeous.
And you're really taking us behind the scenes in this new book. It's gorgeous. I have it on my coffee table. I've flipped through it 10 times already. The new book, Christian Siriano, The New Red Carpet. One of the people you highlight who you've dressed is the iconic Jennifer Lopez. And well, first I want to ask, when she calls and says, please style me, what goes through your head? And I understand people often ask you, for inspiration from her looks because they want to dress like her.
Yeah, and I've worked with Jen a long time. I've dressed her many times. Her stylist, Robin Marielle, are incredible. And with this look, it's so interesting that it's in this book. This look actually is simple, and she's very covered up. She always wears my clothes in a bit more demure and more elegant, which I love, because so normally people think of her as very sexy. But this outfit actually sold really well, which is hilarious. J-Lo can sell some clothes, people, let me tell you. So if you can get a little dress on J-Lo, I recommend it. It's true.
Well, let's talk about dressing Lady Gaga. We have your dress right here from 2021.
Yes.
You've been friends with
fabulous.
friends with her for a long time.
2008. Yeah.
And is that the key? Get in early with them so you
get
can
them early.
You can build a long relationship
Before they're really famous is how you get it. No, I mean, you know, when Gaga.
You got Whoopi though, and she's been famous forever.
I called him.
Whoopi was one of my.
Really?
This was one of the first people I ever dressed.
Yeah, oh yeah, I begged him because I saw what he did, and I was like, please help me.
I didn't even. I didn't even have a studio when Whoopi called. It was literally I had no studio. We made things for. She was hosting the Tonys.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a struggle, but they looked great in the end. They really did.
They were good.
Yeah.
So we talked about Billy Porter's Oscar look. Tell everybody what Billy told you about that look.
I mean, I think what happened with that was he was quite nervous. We were taking a risk. The network was worried that it was a dress. So we had a lot. We had a lot to deal with. He wore pants underneath. So he could take that skirt off just in case. That was the most Googled image of the year that year. Out of all images,
I mean, everyone remembers it. That's
people
what you
really
remember.
it really shocked people in the most interesting way. But that's a great dress or a great moment.
It is.
Yeah,
Stunning. You say that Alicia Silverstone is one of your greatest muses. How did that happen?
Well, growing up, I think, you know, oh my God, I love this beaded dress. We had a lining, we cut it out, it was genius. No. You know, watching Clueless growing up, obviously, to every fashionista, and me, I was young and obsessed with her style, and then you become obsessed with her, and then when we met, we just became really good friends. So we travel all over the world, I dress her up, it's the best, and she still is, I'm her Christian, she's my Cher.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
We say that, and then she yells at me for that reference.
Well, we can't let you go without asking about Sia, who you've dressed, and we have the dress with us today.
That is
tell us about, she wore this when she performed at your runway show. Tell us about it.
Same with Sia. Like, Sia I met so early on in her career, which she always says, Christian, you dressed me when I was a potato. And nobody really knew who she was, and she was, you know, a new singer. Same with Gaga. Gaga was a new singer in 2008. I met her, and you know, I do find these artists that I love. Right in the beginning, Lizzo was the same. I dressed Lizzo for her first Grammys. You know, it just kind of happens that way. I don't know why. Then they don't call me for about 2 years because they get real famous, and then they come back always. And Sia came and did this, and you know, she came in. She performed at my show for free. It was incredible. She goes, "You can't afford me, so I'll do it for free." Amazing.
That's really nice.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
They're expensive after, you know, they get real famous, and then you're like, come on, girl. No, it's hard.
You know,
I get it.
It is magnificent to see everything like this.
Oh my God, I'm like dying. And these are all behind the scenes pictures behind us too, of like from my phone, of fittings or hanging out with everyone, because I do think sometimes the personal relationship with the actresses or the singers or whoever they are makes a difference. You know, you feel good in the clothes.
And it makes you feel better, like there's an actual relationship. It's not, you want me to feel as good as I can.
Of course.
And that's what you want.
That's the goal.
So our thanks to you. You come back anytime you want to show anything.
Oh my God,
please
thank
come
you for
here
having me. This
and
is
let us
incredible.
pay homage to you.
Oh my God, I love you guys. Thank you so much.
His new book is called Christian Siriano, The New Red Carpet Child, not the child part. And you can buy the book by scanning the QR code on your screen. And we, of course, will be right back.
For people who feel limited by the unpredictability of generalized myasthenia gravis, season to season, Ultomiris is continuous symptom control with improvement in activities of daily living and reduced muscle weakness. And Ultomiris is the only long-acting GMG treatment with the freedom of just 6 to 7 infusions per year. For a predictable routine I can count on.
Ultomiris may lower your immune system's ability to fight infections, increasing your chance of serious meningococcal and other infections, which may become life-threatening or fatal. Complete or update meningococcal vaccines at least 2 weeks before you start. If treatment is urgent and you're not vaccinated, you should receive antibiotics with your vaccines. Don't start if you have a meningococcal infection. Infusion reactions may include back, belly, limb, or chest pain, muscle spasms, blood pressure changes, tiredness, shaking chills, bad taste, breathing problems, or face, tongue, or throat swelling.
Ultomiris is continuous symptom control. Ask your neurologist about starting Ultomiris.
Macy's Black Friday deals start now. Don't miss 50% off luggage sets for the family, up to 50% off Ninja for every recipe, and comfy beauty sleep mattresses start at $2.99. See all our Black Friday deals at Macys.com.
Did you know there's a detergent that gets your dishes up to 100% clean, even in an older dishwasher? Try Cascade Platinum Plus for sparkling clean dishes, even on the toughest jobs. Just scrape, load, and you're done. Switch to Cascade Platinum Plus.
Darlings, if you've been paying attention, it's easy to see prices are going up on just about everything. That's why you need to do your wallet a favor and call Carshield now. One call to Carshield locks you into today's low price, so you can enjoy peace of mind knowing that you're not only protected from mechanical breakdowns, but also from those rising rates. If you're driving an out-of-warranty vehicle, Carshield offers plans that cover up to 5,000 parts and systems in your car, truck, or SUV. Why pay for expensive repairs? Call Carshield now before a breakdown.
I appreciate the fact that Carshield enables me to have a much less stressful, carefree life.
Carshield is peace of mind. You want to be able to depend on your car.
With our plan through Carshield, we have unlimited miles and we can visit our grandkids anytime we want to.
Carshield helped me save over $1,200.
Carshield Administrators covers expensive repairs, so I don't have to.
It's so simple. A plan through Carshield means when you have a vehicle that needs repairs, their administrators got your back. But wait, darlings, there's more, lots more, especially if you love extras like I do. See, I love a plan that includes 24/7 coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options too. Darlings, expensive car breakdowns will happen. The difference is calling Carshield before they do. So listen to Auntie Vivica and call Carshield now to protect yourself from rising rates and costly repairs. Call now and get yourself a free quote.
It's not a matter of if your car will break down, but when. Call Carshield and get a price lock guarantee, which means you pay the same rate as long as you cover your car. A plan through Carshield offers even more benefits to make your life better, with 24/7 roadside assistance included at no extra cost. That includes lockout and dead battery help, tire assistance, and courtesy towing. Call Carshield now. Call 800-237-4000.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
DayQuil VapoCool?
It's DayQuil, plus a brush of Vicks Vapors.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, power through your day medicine.
A detective and a waiter. Partners.
Follow me.
Jeez. Solving cases, catching bad guys.
Can I place an order to go, please?
Well, close!
Vacation giveaway. One lucky studio audience member is going to win a trip abroad. Disney's new ship, the Disney Treasure. And before we pick the winner, we have some special friends here today who wanted to help us celebrate. Come on out, Captain Mickey and Captain Minnie.
And this treasure chest right over here is full of audience seat numbers, and Whoopi is going to pick a winner. But first, Whoopi, you need a blindfold. You can't do this like that.
I need a blindfold, Derek. I need a blindfold.
And just like that.
Got it? Yes.
Are we ready? Thank you, Derek. Okay. Whoopi? No. Okay, let's go.
27.
Congratulations! You and 3 guests will set sail on a 7-night Disney Cruise Line vacation aboard the all-new Disney Treasure, where the spirit of adventure awaits around every turn. You'll discover themed dining at Plaza de Coco Restaurant, captivating entertainment, and all-new adult escapes celebrating classic Disney Park attractions like Haunted Mansion Parlor. Plus, enjoy upper deck fun in the sun, relaxation, and so much more, including a day at Disney's private island paradise, Castaway Cay. On the Disney Treasure, unbelievable awaits.
Check out DisneyCruise.com to see how you can book your cruise aboard the Disney Treasure. Thank you, Captain Mickey and Captain Minnie, for stopping by today, and we want everyone to have a great day. Take a little time to enjoy the view and smell the flowers.
Let's gear up, let's go!
Tonight on the 911 fall finale,
LAPD!
heroes must save the day, come hell or high water.
Cars started crashing everywhere. Think there's still people trapped in that one. Get them out! She's bleeding from her upper leg!
We can't drain that car. That driver's gonna bleed out in front of us.
They're drowning in there!
The 911 fall finale, all new tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
I don't know why, I just thought that this job was going to be smooth sailing.
Welcome aboard the Odyssey.
He is crashing. He's in VTAC. Blood pressure's dropping. Oh my God.
There's a bleeder in here. I can't see it.
I'm pregnant. Who is the father? I need to talk to both of you.
Dr. Odyssey, new tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
One great idea can change your life.
Friday, Shark Tank is all new.
That's the American dream right there.
With guest shark Todd Graves, founder of Raising Cane's.
I want to be on a team with you.
What you need to know right now on GMA3. Return of the rain across parts of the Northeast, a welcome helping hand in fighting historic drought and wildfires, and the bomb cyclone impacting the West.
I know that what I did was horrible.
Denied. No parole for Susan Smith, the South Carolina mom who drowned her 2 sons 30 years ago. Our team with the latest on a case that gripped the country. Plus, the health alert. What a new study is saying about your good and bad cholesterol levels.
Santa, he got your letter.
Really?
And despite what your sister said, you are not on the naughty list.
Thank you.
And Dear Santa, the docuseries taking you inside the beloved USPS Operation Santa.
Also making music with Dominican powerhouse Natti Natasha. Her journey as an artist and her latest project in our Prime playlist.
Drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot.
Plus, Thanksgiving SOS, don't panic, just shop it like it's hot. Millie Almodovar is here with our Turkey Day Rescue.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am. Oh my God, kids, right?
I hope they hooked you up.
You know what? They actually did.
And the star of Somebody, Somewhere, Bridget Everett joins us in studio on Winning a Peabody and the final season of her popular and quirky series.
Plus, the epic performances, memorable moments, and big winners from country's biggest night, the 58th Country Music Awards.
And UConn's GOAT, the greatest of all time, Coach Gino Ariema's history-making accomplishment.
Now, from Times Square, Eva Pilgrim and DeMarco Morgan with What You Need to Know.
Got me like, oh my.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to, look at you.
I know.
What you
act
need
like
to
I gotta
know
work.
on this Baby Friday. It feels like Baby Friday back when we were in college.
I know, right?
That.
Especially with the song right here. Good to see you guys. Let's talk to Dr. Derry now. Making major headlines right now. A new study finds that more adults have high levels of good cholesterol. So what does that mean, and what's the difference between good and bad cholesterol?
Great points. This study is a report card on how we are doing in terms of managing our cholesterol. Before I get to the grade, let's just do a quick review of the basic facts. Let's talk about LDL, that bad cholesterol first. This is that when you look at your results, that's that number that you want lower than 100. Bad cholesterol contributes to fatty buildup in arteries, and this is a silent and painless process. And the reason why I say that is because so many patients talk to me about what they feel. This is not something you feel until you have the end result, which is an increased risk of heart attack and an increased risk of stroke. So now we'll move on to good cholesterol. That's that number that you want to see higher than 60. We're talking about HDL. What does HDL do? It carries the bad cholesterol from your arteries to your liver so that it can be released from your body. And then what does this report card show? 14% of all adults have low HDL. And so we're doing good, but there's still 14% of us that can improve that HDL. And for us guys, we need to do a little bit more work. 22% of us have low HDL. And so what does that say? We need to change our lifestyle, look at our diet, look at our activities so that we can get that good number, HDL, higher than 60.
How do we get the good number higher than 60?
I'm so happy that you asked. And so in our next informational, we'll talk about what things we can do. Number one, our diet. We can look at the food that we are eating. You want to lean toward the Mediterranean diet. If you get your report card back for your cholesterol and it's results that you don't like, look at that diet, adding olive oil, leaning toward vegetables, leaning away from processed foods, so important. And speaking about processed foods, avoiding artificial trans fats. If you will remember in 2018, this was banned, but artificial trans fats help products stay on the shelf longer so they can still be in your pantry and you can still buy them. And you want to look for ingredients that say partially hydrogenated vegetable oil. If you see that, you want to avoid it. Obviously, getting good exercise, avoiding smoking, all of these things we can do to improve our numbers and get a good report card.
The report card gives me shivers. Dr. Darian, thank you so much. Let's turn now to ABC's Morgan Norwood here with our latest headlines. Good afternoon to you, Morgan.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Happy Baby Friday. I'm with you. That song that we played in the open kind of brought me back to the college days, too. You know, we won't go there, but we do.
Ourselves.
Let's start with the major moisture in the parched northeast and that bomb cyclone impacting the west. Ginger Z now with the latest.
At least 2 people were killed in Washington state, 60 to 98 mile per hour wind gusts with that bomb cyclone. We're still dealing with 30 to 60 mile per hour winds today, but now it's all about that fire hose of moisture. The life-threatening flash flooding, still have the winter storm warnings in the Sierra Nevada. But if you've already had a half a foot of rain, now you add 6 to 10 inches. It's not just about the river flooding, but through the weekend, mudslides and rock slides as the push of moisture really doesn't end until early next week.
And now we take you to the developing headline out of Ukraine, a possible ICBM strike by Russia in the city of Dnipro in eastern Ukraine. Ukrainian officials are investigating that latest attack, and ICBMs are nuclear capable and have never been used before. All of this comes as tensions intensify in that region. And in Washington, Republicans on the House Ethics Committee have voted against releasing a potentially damning report on President-elect Trump's pick for Attorney General. We're talking about Matt Gaetz. All of this for now. They do meet again in December. Gaetz was on a charm offensive on Capitol Hill yesterday as Trump and his team turn up the pressure on senators to get in line behind all of Trump's cabinet picks. And the suspect accused of murdering Georgia nursing student Laken Riley has been found guilty on all charges. The judge sentencing the undocumented migrant to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the maximum possible. Laken Riley was just 22 years old when she was killed near the University of Georgia campus. And history made for UConn women's head coach Gino Auriemma, now the NCAA's most winningest coach ever. 1,217 wins over 40 seasons. The 70-year-old GOAT, literally the greatest of all time, awarded with an actual GOAT. You see it there, accepting the honors before the enthusiastic fans. That's exactly how I want to be honored. Get me a goat.
I know that's right. We got you, friend. We got you.
Goats are useful. They'll cut your grass.
I'm singing along during Wicked. I don't know. I know, right? I was like, wait a minute, that's too much.
I'm singing the song.
Morgan, so good to have you. And we're going to see more from you in just a minute. We have a story that you've been tracking, so we're going to have a conversation with you about that. The emotional parole hearing, Susan Smith, that South Carolina mother who killed her 2 little boys, denied 30 years after her crime.
And later, Operation Santa, capturing the beloved holiday tradition that brings so much joy to so many. And GMA 3 continues. Stay with us.
ABC's GMA3, What You Need to Know, brought to you by Freshpet. It's not dog food, it's food food.
The season finale is upon us!
Ah.
Libations.
Help thyself.
Thou keepest dog food in thy fridge?
Oh, it's not dog food. It's Freshpet. Real meat, real veggies.
For thy beast?
Thy what now?
Wait.
There's always a betrayal in the finale.
Freshpet. It's not dog food, it's food food.
I think Arendelle has a new tradition. It's you, Ola. You are our tradition.
Discover imagination with Tony's.
When life spells heartburn, how do you spell relief? R-O-L-A-I-D-S. Rolaids dual-active formula begins to neutralize acid on contact. Rolaids spells relief.
This holiday, have a Ziploc ready.
Where's Stephanie? Is she dating someone?
You never know when you'll need it. Save the leftovers in the #1 trusted bag. Ziploc. Do what's best with the rest. S.C. Johnson.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
DayQuil VapoCool?
It's DayQuil, plus a brush of Vicks Vapors.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, power through your day medicine.
This delectable Knorr ramen noodle recipe will put an end to your drive-through dinner rituals. Throw that Knorr bouillon in that tasty combo of delightful carrots and the rich touch of bok choy. Make your own Knorr taste combo. It's not fast food, but it's so good.
Centrum menopause supplements help unpause life when symptoms pause it, with a multivitamin plus hot flash support. Daily Z for quality sleep, and an extra for focus and clarity. Centrum, powered by clinically studied ingredients. Hold on!
Things are getting clearer. Yeah, I feel free to be my skin. Yeah, that's on me. Nothing is everything. Whoa. Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Tomorrow on GMA, Denzel Washington live. Plus, it's Oprah's favorite things.
You, GMA, and my favorite thing.
Tomorrow only on
Good Morning America. Let's do this.
I know that what I did was horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it.
Welcome back. That was an emotional Susan Smith yesterday, pleading for parole after 30 years behind bar. Smith was 23 when she concocted a story that a black man carjacked her and kidnapped her 2 sons, who were 3 and 14 months. After a 9-day search, Smith admitted to drowning Michael and Alex, rolling her car into a South Carolina lake with her children strapped in their car seats.
It was a story that shocked the nation. Joining us now is ABC's Morgan Norwood and ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer. Good to see you both. Morgan, we'll start with you. So this was an emotional parole hearing. I mean, at one point she burst into tears begging for her release. Break down the proceedings for us.
Yeah, incredibly emotional, guys. Thanks for having me. I mean, the moment that she was allowed the time to speak and directly address the panel, I mean, you saw it there. She burst into tears. At one point, it was really hard for her to gather her thoughts. I mean, she was apologetic. We did see some remorse. She talked about drowning her 2 kids and how horrific it was. Those were the words that she used. Her attorney also testifying on her behalf, talking about some of the mental health treatment that she'd been under over the past few years. But at one point during the hearing, and I thought this was really poignant, the panel also zeroing in on her behavior behind bars. I mean, she had been in trouble even while locked up.
Yeah, the horrifying behavior, but also the horrifying lie that she told. Brian, I'm curious, was this the expected outcome?
Oh, absolutely. If you're looking at it from a legal standpoint, or if you're just from a personal standpoint, legally speaking, this is the first time someone is going up for parole. They often don't get the successful result there. It's a notorious case. It's a double homicide. And also, if you look at just South Carolina as a whole, I think you quoted this in another piece, 8% of people who go up for parole end up getting actual parole. So it's a very small number. So I don't think anyone imagines what would have happened. But then again, think of the nature of the case. This isn't just a homicide. This is the homicide of a person's 2 children. And we always knew that Mr. Smith, the ex-husband and father, was always going to come out against this. And we didn't know what he was going to say at first, but you can imagine that anything he would have said would have weighed heavily upon a judge towards not granting parole.
So, Morgan, what does the parole process look like moving forward for Susan Smith?
Yeah, good question. So she is eligible for parole every 2 years. So 2026, she could go before the panel again. I think that's going to be the big question if she gives it a little bit of time to breathe a little bit. I mean, obviously, there were concerns about her behavior behind bars, so she want to show the panel that she can walk the straight and narrow here and not get in any more trouble. I think for the parole board, they're looking for rehabilitation to make sure that you've learned from your mistakes, but then they're also assessing the risk as well. If they let you out, if they release you, are you going to return back to the life that you had before, or are you going to be a law-abiding citizen?
Brian, you mentioned the fact that her husband spoke out. He said he's going to come every time she comes up for parole to fight her being released. How much does that weigh on a parole board's decision?
Well, again, it comes down to the fact that he is probably one of the greatest victims in this case. Of course, the children are the victims because they passed away, or sorry, they were murdered. But he has the opportunity to be a victim in the sense that he lost his children. They were taken away from him.
He has to live with it now.
And he has to live with it. He talked about how he almost he committed suicide, how he almost tried to harm himself in other ways. And I think from a legal standpoint, the position that he has carries a lot of weight. Of course, the fact that she had more than 10 infractions and violations, sleeping with guards and things of that nature, that doesn't help. But if he continues to be strong in this position, I don't see a possibility of Susan Smith getting out in 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, whatever it may be.
All right, what a story. Morgan Norwood and Brian Buckmeyer, thanks to you both for being with us. We appreciate it. When we come back, an enduring holiday tradition.
The U.S. Postal Service in the spotlight for annual acts of kindness and generosity. We're back in a bit.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period, and today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now. You may be eligible for plans in your zip code with additional benefits or cost savings you may not be receiving now or that may have previously not been available to you. Different Part C plans are available in different parts of the country, so don't wait. Call the number on your screen now. If you're on Medicare, you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits or cost savings. Call to speak with a licensed insurance agent before the end of the annual enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2025 no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
Just call 800-507-4431. 800-507-4431.
This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period, and today we are talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now. You may be eligible for plans in your zip code with additional benefits or cost savings you may not be receiving now or that may have previously not been available to you. Different Part C plans are available in different parts of the country, so don't wait. Call the number on your screen now. If you're on Medicare you can call even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits or cost savings. Call to speak with a licensed insurance agent before the end of the annual enrollment period. You don't get Medicare Part C benefits automatically, so call now for your free 2025 no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
Just call 800-507-4431. 800-507-4431.
Chex Party Mix. Mix up delicious holiday memories with
Snoopy, Charlie Brown,
and the rest of the gang. Sharing that holiday feeling with Chex never gets old.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin, honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, with real honey and elderberry.
Febreze.
The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor tracks your glucose in real time. And over time, it can help lower your A1C. This is progress. Learn more and try for free at freestylelibre.us. Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio, offering 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Entyvio, relief, remission for real.
Entyvio, Entyvio, Entyvio.
Santa, he got your letter.
Really?
And despite what your sister said, you are not on the naughty list.
Thank you.
So Merry Christmas from Santa.
That's awesome, buddy. That's awesome. No! What? A camera!
Oh, the reaction is priceless right there. Welcome back. That was a sneak peek of season 2 of Dear Santa, the series.
The heartwarming docuseries spotlights the United States Postal Service's Operation Santa program. The director, Dana Nachman, and Sheila Holman of the USPS are here to tell us all about the new season. I love this so
much.
much.
My, that little kid is priceless.
Sheila, the USPS Operation Santa program has been around for like 100 years.
Yes, 112 years, exactly.
That's crazy when you think about it. How does this program help get these letters to Santa in the North Pole?
Yes, so it's very easy. We have a website, USPSOperationSanta.com, where kids can post their letters, and people that want to adopt letters can go to the site. They can register, they can look at the letters. And then new this year, we actually have, through our friends at Toys R Us, we have an e-commerce store. They can actually go right to the store, fulfill their letters, have things shipped directly, or they can go shop themselves and then take the gifts to any post office.
Just hearing Toys R Us just made me smile. You know, that's a classic. All right, Dana, you've been the director for both seasons, and you say you had to level up on this season right here? How so?
Oh, yeah. It's been so much fun. So the kids, you know, they post their letters in the mailbox, and then we follow them, and we go on the journey from there to the North Pole, where they get dealt with, and then the elves come in, and then we have to be there when the door opens. They don't know what's happening, and we have to capture that moment. So it's actually very hard. Sometimes we're worried we're going to miss that joy that you saw on the clip. But kids are erratic, right? Like sometimes they're scared, and sometimes they're like in shock, and we have to capture all of it. And it's been so much fun, and we love all those smiles on their faces. And most people, when they adopt letters, they don't get to see. Santa doesn't even get to see it when the kids open the door. So we get that. It's awesome.
That's so fun.
Nice.
You said that getting to be an elf has been this real joy for you. What has made this so personally fulfilling?
I mean, I think childlike wonder is one of the best things that you can capture as a filmmaker, and even for adults, that we keep this going in our lives. And that's what I get by directing this. We have a whole crew, and we feel like we're Santa's elves, and it's so amazing, and we do it. This is our third time doing it, and it's awesome.
And again, Sheila, you touched on the process, but talk about how we can adopt a letter again.
Yeah, so it's very simple. You can adopt through December 16th. Just go to USPSOperationSanta.com. You register, and it's super simple. You can adopt right from there.
And what's the joy that we get just by doing this?
Yeah, you know, it's just, I mean, so much of the joy. There's so many great stories behind the letters and the kids who write the letters to Santa, and it's such a great showcase of the dedication of the men and women of the United States Postal Service and how we play Santa's elves and really deliver on our mission and deliver that joy.
Everybody can be
helping the Santa operation go through every year to get the, because you know, gotta get those presents delivered. Santa's busy.
Yes, Dana and Sheila, again, thank you very much. And by the way, season 2 of Dear Santa, the series, premieres this Sunday on all ABC-owned stations, and it will stream on Hulu beginning Black Friday. Check it out.
I love Christmas so much. And for more information on Operation Santa and how you can adopt a letter to Santa, scan that QR code right there on your screen. Just ahead here on GMA3, Dr. Darian's prescription for wellness.
We're all ears, and Santa Ain't So. It's the final season for Somebody Somewhere. Star Bridget Everett joins us right here in the studio to tell us all about it. Check her out. We're back in a moment. Bravo. Bravo.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
I'm reducing my risk. Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with known heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your prescriber if you are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes, if you feel your heart racing while at rest, or if you have mental changes. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, flu or upset, headache, feeling tired, dizzy or bloated, gas, and heartburn. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I'm lowering my CV risk. Check your coverage before talking to your prescriber about Wegovy.
I'm gonna hold you forever. I'll be there. You don't have to worry.
The best moments deserve the best eggs, especially when they're Eggland's Best. Tastes so deliciously fresh, with better nutrition too. We love our eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Hyaluronic acid for your hair.
Elvive Hyaluron Plus Plump Serum by L'Oreal. A lightweight leave-in with 2% hyaluronic hair complex to re-plump hair with moisture for up to 72 hours. More hydration, less frizz. Elvive Hyaluron Plus Plump from L'Oreal.
We're all creatures of habit. We've always had our Bran flakes with plump, juicy raisins, and we probably all... Ooh, frosting. Kellogg's Frosted Bran. More delicious ways to Bran.
Many remedies you take for chest congestion only mask the symptoms.
You're gonna love this property.
Try this.
Mucinex 12-hour treats the mucus that causes chest congestion for all-day relief. Mucinex in, mucus out. Treat the cause.
We're back now with Dr. Darian, taking a look at a new poll that suggests that 7 out of 10 Americans want their doctor to ask about mental health, but only a third actually get asked the question. Explain.
And these numbers are helpful as a physician. Also, when you're talking to a patient, people often forget we're humans too, and sometimes that awkwardness can block important conversations. So this is a new poll reported by Gallup. It's sponsored by West Health, and as you said, it says 7 in 10 Americans want their health care to be discussed. But the providers and the doctors and the other MPs out there, this is really helpful to remind us to ask patients about those important questions, treating mental health as a disease process, just the same we talk about blood pressure and diabetes. 32% say that it never happened in terms of talking about mental health. So how do we even begin those conversations? Number one, be prepared. Prepare a list of your important questions before you walk into the doctor. Bring a friend even, because sometimes it can make it less awkward. And also know your history, know your medications, know your family history. And my recommendations, be frank, be plain, be upfront. Hey, this is what I'm concerned about. This is what I'm fearful of. And I think that this might be a problem I can't do by myself. How can you help me? I think that those are the steps that we can all take as people, as humans, when we're trying to get the best outcome and the best answer from our providers.
Should this just be like on the regular list of questions doctors ask?
You know,
I know when you go to
should.
the OB after you have a baby, they ask you all these questions.
It should. I think that's a part of healthcare reformation, right? Making it as easy as possible so we can get past these things that as humans we forget. It is, but I do know that as a physician myself, sometimes it doesn't feel right in that moment. You don't want to make it more awkward. Also, many patients don't understand the process of diagnosis. That involves a lot of strange questions, and many people feel put off by those questions, but just know the provider is trying to make sure it could be nothing else.
I mean, but also, do you think doctors are just afraid of offending someone? Because, I mean, yeah, you'd think that the patient would be like, oh, you think something's wrong with me?
Yep, and the studies like this help us get past that stigma.
All right, thank you very much. We're back in a moment.
I don't know why I just thought that this job was going to be smooth sailing.
Welcome aboard the Odyssey.
He's crashing. He's in VTAC. Blood pressure's dropping.
Oh my God.
There's a bleeder in here. I can't see it.
I'm pregnant. Who is the father? I need to talk to both of you.
Dr. Odyssey, new tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Let's gear up. Let's go.
Tonight on the 911 fall finale,
LAPD!
heroes must save the day, come hell or high water.
Cars started crashing everywhere. I think there's still people trapped in that one. Get him out! She's bleeding from her upper leg. We can't drain that car. That driver's gonna bleed out in front of us. They're drowning in there!
The 911 fall finale, all new tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Wish there was something we could do for her.
Bring her sister back from the dead.
We have an expected high of 108. He's burning up. Lord help us.
We need ice. There's a convenience store over on Pine.
Get down, get down.
Open the register. Nobody moves unless you want to die.
One great idea can change your life.
That's what Shark Tank does.
That's the American dream right there.
This collie is for my kids.
What you've done is remarkable.
One of the most innovative things I've seen in my life.
This could be our biggest deal ever.
I want to be on a team with you.
Shark Tank, new Friday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Welcome back to GMA3, What You Need to Know. Shabuzi among the top acts getting fans on their feet at the 58 CMAs. One great song after another. Megan Maroney winning Best New Artist of the Year. Chris Stapleton with 3 big wins for White Horse. He's now tied for the record for the most CMA wins in history. That is 19.
Love some Chris Stapleton there. All right, Dr. Darren is back now, taking a look at some of the medical questions that our viewers are asking. Here is a question. How do you know if you have a bladder infection? That's from Kristen.
That's a great question. Bladder infections, similar to basically urinary tract infections, UTIs. We all know the common symptoms, pain when you urinate and go to the bathroom. But some of the symptoms I look for example, in young kids who might have a UTI or urinary tract infection, abdominal pain, usually around their belly button. If I'm pressing in that area, that makes me suspicious. For young adults, they often come in with back pain and they don't realize that it could be associated. That is a sign of a problem called pyelonephritis. That is a kidney infection that can happen if a urinary tract infection proceeds. And then for older patients, one of the most common reasons elderly patients are confused or delirious is because of the urinary tract infection. So it's a really important question to ask. Many people don't realize that those are associated, but those are some of the uncommon signs you should look for if you're concerned.
Yeah, that's not what you're thinking when your back hurts, that's for sure.
You definitely don't think it, and everyone's always surprised.
All right, folks, we would love to hear from you, so please hit us up on Instagram with all of your medical questions for Dr. Darian at ABC at GMA3.
Just ahead here on GMA3, we're going backstage with music's Dominican powerhouse, Natti Natasha.
And later, we'll shop it like it's hot with Millie. Everything you need to make getting Thanksgiving dinner onto the table easier than ever. Hey, Millie!
At Humana, we believe your health care should evolve with you, and part of that evolution means choosing the right Medicare plan for you. Humana can help. With Original Medicare, you're covered for hospital stays and doctor office visits, but you'll have to pay a deductible for each. A Medicare supplement plan pays for some or all of your original Medicare deductibles, but they may have higher monthly premiums and no prescription drug coverage. Humana Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans include medical coverage plus prescription drug coverage with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. Most plans include coverage for dental, vision, even hearing, and there's a cap on your out-of-pocket costs. So call or go online today to see if there's a Humana plan in your area and to get our free decision guide. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th, so call now. Humana, a more human way to health care.
At Ashley, it's not just Black Friday. It's the Ashley stain-resistant fabric, where have you been all my life Black Friday event. But don't wait. It's also the Ashley you can save up to $1,000 store-wide Black Friday event.
Resolve. Your pet knows if a mess is really gone. If not, they may remark the spot. Resolve gets rid of pet messes better than the leading competitor, destroying stains, neutralizing odors, and preventing remarking. Love the love, resolve the mess.
Bounce back fast from heartburn with Tums Gummy Bites and love food back.
Want a next level clean? Swish with the whoa of Listerine. It kills 99.9% of bad breath germs for 5 times more cleaning power than brushing and flossing alone. Get a next level clean with Listerine. Feel the whoa.
How are folks 60 and older having fun these days?
Family cookouts.
Playing games. Dancing in the park.
Let's gear up, let's go!
Tonight on the 911 fall finale,
LAPD!
heroes must save the day, come hell or high water.
Cars started crashing everywhere. Think there's still people trapped in that one. Get him out! She's bleeding from her upper leg. We can't drain that car. That driver's gonna bleed out in front of us. They're drowning in there!
The 911 fall finale, all new tonight on ABC and stream on Hulu.
We are back now with another edition of our ABC News Prime playlist with an inside look into the career of Dominican artist Natti Natasha.
ABC's Victor Oquendo sat down with the powerhouse performer to talk about all the things from her music to becoming a mother.
Natti Natasha is in her evolution era. The Dominican powerhouse, who has been an influential part of the Latin music scene for more than a decade, is stepping into a new sound. Most know Natti from her hit single Criminal, released in 2017. It has nearly 1 billion streams on Spotify. But for Natalia Alexandra Gutierrez Batista, known as her stage name Natti Natasha, the road to stardom started long ago with one of her first major features on reggaeton icon Don Omar's Dirty Love.
That song taught me that when I do music, I have to do it for forever, you know, not just for the moment.
We met Natti Natasha in Miami, exploring yet another genre, bachata, with the help of bachata legend Romeo Santos in her new offering, Tu Loca.
He enjoys music so much. He enjoys going to every little detail in the song. We found ourselves having that in common. When we are going to perform a song, to record it, emotion is the main ingredient.
In the early stages of your career, you're looking for work, you're doing these uncredited features, even sneaking out to shows. What were those early stages like?
It was fun. For me, it was like an adventure.
An adventure that turned into a full-blown lifestyle. Millions of fans around the world, and hit single after single. Then, a connection formed that went past the studio. Rafi Pina is the CEO of Pina Records, and he once managed Latin icon Daddy Yankee. He and Natti met on the job making music.
And we have a lot of chemistry, and now we have a baby.
How does your daughter impact your music now?
It's amazing. Becoming a mom changed my whole perspective of everything. I feel happy. Like when I get home, I feel like I belong somewhere.
Rafi was finally able to reunite with his family after being sentenced to 41 months in prison after being found guilty of 2 charges of illegal possession of firearms. Before he was released, Natti told us they were in contact the entire time he was away.
He can communicate through emails, and he can actually call from there. Like, he gets minutes every day, which is amazing. I feel like that has helped a lot.
Rafi, just a piece of the bigger puzzle for Natti, and when it comes together, she says the music resonates deeper than just what she says in the booth. It's about the way it makes her feel.
I love being who I am. I love being able to express myself just exactly how I want to express myself. I proved myself that I could be everything that I want to be.
It is all about happiness. There are many thanks to Victor O'Kin.
defended Sala.
And Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
No, and
he said it's like
Sam Darnold.
He basically said. Woody was the one buying it too.
That makes sense. 24 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
It was quick.
I just came back because I'm off tomorrow and next week.
Oh, hi. How's it going?
Check 1 2, check 1 2. This is a test from the Pentagon briefing room. Check 1 2, mic check 1 2. This is a test. This is a test. Check check check. Mic check 1 2. Today's Thursday, November 21st. Time is now 2:20. Thank you. Check check check check check. Check, check. Check, mic check, 1 2. Can we get a test from the Zoom line, please?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
Keep going. One more time.
Loud and clear from duty also.
Sounds good. Yep. Thanks.
Cumartesi gecesi 3 hafta olacak. Vakit hem geçmiyor hem de çabuk geçiyor. Böyle ilginç bir şey var. Sende 2 tane var. Ondan bitti mi sen? Okul bakıyor. İkinci geldiğinde. Nasıl şey mi? Sen memnun musun okuldan? Evet. Ona göre şey. Ama zaten ilkokulu burada başladı. Yani hani en başta ilkokula direkt buradan başladığı için. Mesela 1'de gelsen ya da 2'de gelsen daha sıkıntı tabii çocuk için. Hepsini beyaz tabii. O zaman nerede olduğumuz, kim öyle kim kolay hiç belli değil yani. Biz bir çocuğu büyütelim. Tabii kültürden kültüre değişiyor yani. Bizim mesela 40 bizlerde çok yok herhalde öyle bir şey yani. Şimdi şey dedi mesela doktor bize. İşte kalabalık içine sokmayın. Yani bu işi çıkaracaksanız bir açık havada kendiniz. Belli de 40 ne zaman oluyor?
Bir hafta şey.
Yok. 3 hafta olduğunda 20 günden kalıyor. Bizim işte 3 haftamız var. Christmas öncesi biter.
Security officer here, last call for questions.
Good afternoon. All right, just short 2 items today, and then I'm happy to take your questions. Yesterday and today, Secretary Austin met with Southeast Asian defense leaders for the 14th ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus in Laos, where he laid out a new vision for ensuring a free, prosperous, and secure Indo-Pacific region through enhanced U.S. defense cooperation with Southeast Asian allies and partners. Centered on ASEAN and its member states, this enhanced cooperation seeks to advance the collective capacity of ASEAN and individual Southeast Asian nations by building capabilities, exchanging expertise, ensuring free trade, and bolstering sovereignty. You can find the full Department of Defense vision statement for a prosperous and secure Southeast Asia, as well as a readout from the Secretary's engagements on the margins of ADMM Plus on defense.gov. And looking to tomorrow, the Secretary will wrap up his trip to the Indo-Pacific with a historic first-ever visit by a U.S. Secretary of Defense to Fiji. He'll meet with the Prime Minister and other leaders to strengthen our bilateral defense partnership and discuss ways in which the U.S. will continue to invest in the Pacific Island region. And turning to Ukraine, yesterday we announced an additional $275 million security assistance package for Ukraine, which was the 70th tranche of aid since August 2021. This Presidential Drawdown Authority package provides critical capabilities, including munitions for HIMARS, artillery, anti-tank weapons, drones, and protective equipment. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions. Lita.
Thanks, Sabrina. A couple of questions on the missile strike in Ukraine. First, can you confirm it was an intermediate range missile? Second, did Russia provide advance warning? And can you give us some sort of clarity on who they call and how much advance notice did they give? And then just thirdly on this, what is the overall U.S. reaction to the missile strike and Putin's comments today that he believes Russia has the right to strike any and take action against countries that provide weapons to Ukraine?
Thanks, Lita. So trying to remember some of the order of your questions. So I can confirm that Russia did launch an experimental intermediate range ballistic missile. This IRBM was based on Russia's RS-26 Rubezh intercontinental ballistic missile model. In terms of notifications to the United States was pre-notified briefly before the launch through nuclear risk reduction channels. For more, I'd refer you to state on that. And I think your third question was on our reaction to Putin's comments. I mean, we've seen this type of dangerous, reckless rhetoric before from President Putin. What we're focused on is continuing to support Ukraine with what it needs. Ukraine, as you know, has been successful in continuing to push back against Russian aggression. We just rolled out another $275 million package yesterday. You're going to see more packages continue in the weeks and months ahead left of this administration. So that's what we're really focused on. Of course, we're going to take seriously the rhetoric coming out of Russia, but our focus remains on arming Ukraine and supporting Ukraine what it needs the most on the battlefield. And as a reminder, as this reckless rhetoric continues, Putin can choose to end this war today. He can choose to withdraw Russian forces and end this and end his war of aggression and his war of choice. So we're going to continue to focus on what Ukraine needs on the battlefield. Liz.
To follow up on that, earlier this week, Putin signed a new nuclear doctrine for Russia. Have we seen their nuclear posture change at all?
We haven't seen any adjustments that we've observed in their nuclear posture, and we haven't adjusted our nuclear posture in exchange. Something that I think I said on Tuesday is that the changes that we made were expected and something that we had anticipated for a while. Again, extremely reckless, but we haven't made any adjustments to our posture.
Something from earlier this week, the Ukraine's reported use of ATACMS. Can you confirm that Ukraine used ATACMS on targets in Russia?
I still don't have anything to announce or confirm, but if there is more to share, I certainly will. Again, you just saw us roll out another $275 million package earlier this week. We're going to continue to supply Ukraine what it needs, but I'd really refer you to the Ukrainians to speak to their operations. Warren.
Just to clarify something you said in response to Lita, you said this was based on an RS-26 Rubezh missile. Does that mean it was an RS-26, or was it one of the derivatives like an RS-28? Can you be just a little more specific on that?
I can't get more specific other than that it was based off of, what I would say is it was based off of the design of the RS-26. But I'm just not going to be able to give you more details than that right now.
And then just a sort of related question on a different topic. The provision or the decision to provide anti-personnel mines to Ukraine, can you say, first, what type of anti-personnel mines, what makes you so confident that they'll be used correctly? And second, given the position of the administration essentially 2 years ago, does this require a presidential waiver or some step there to okay the export of these?
So in terms of how the Ukrainians employ these mines on the battlefield, the Ukrainians have given us their assurances that they are going to only use them in Ukraine. We are providing a different variants of the type of mines. I'm just not going to get into more details than that. I think it's important to note that the reason why we are providing these APLs is because as the battlefield has changed and the fight has evolved over time, so have we, so have our support. And I think you saw the secretary speak to this on his travel, but Russia has changed their tactics. So they're not leading with their mechanized forces, they're leading with dismounted forces. And so because of that, we feel that these APLs and how they will be able to be used on the battlefield will be helpful to Ukraine. In terms of your second question on if there needs to be something, a type of waiver, I'd refer you to the White House to speak to that. Idris.
On this sort of scale of escalation, where do you see the IRBM? It's obviously not an ICBM, but on a level of concern, and where is this sort of lie, this particular missile?
So this was a new type of lethal capability that was employed on the battlefield. So that's certainly of concern to us. And we're going to, you know, I don't have an assessment of its impacts right now, but it's something that, of course, we're concerned by. But what's been escalatory in this war is the fact that Russia decided to turn to a foreign country and bring those, DPRK soldiers into the fight. So we're going to continue to monitor. What we're focused on is supporting Ukraine and arming Ukraine with what it needs.
Just following up on Leah's question, President Putin said that actually the U.S. was escalating by giving, allowing Ukraine to hit inside Russia with the ATACMS, and that there was a possibility of the conflict becoming more global. If you could just sort of respond to that, his sort of, very clear sort of accusation that it was the United States' fault, that it was, becoming more escalatory.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear and couldn't be more black and white in what's escalatory here. Russia invaded its sovereign neighbor. We can go back 2 years, continue to look at the facts. We've been very clear publicly and privately to Russia that we're going to support Ukraine because another sovereign country doing that to its neighbors should not go unchecked. And the United States, our partners and allies around the world, stand for an international rules-based order, and that's what brings us together at the table, like-minded values and principles. So we're going to support Ukraine as long as it takes, and we've been pretty clear about that from the beginning. Again, Putin has the decision and the authority to end this war today. He continues to escalate. He continues to take provocative actions like you just saw with this recent IRBM that was launched into Ukraine, the bringing in of DPRK soldiers into the fight. Each time these actions are more escalatory, simply what the United States is doing and our 50 or so partners and allies around the world is giving Ukraine what it needs to be in the fight. And I also think it's important to remember that every single day, Russia is expending, approximately 1,200 casualties on the battlefield. Ukraine has proven itself time and again, and we're very proud to stand with them in this fight. Fadi.
Thank you, Sabrina. Speaking of the rules-based order that say you're defending, the ICC today issued 2 warrants against for the Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu, and former Defense Minister, Mr. Eggland, alleging that they committed crimes against humanity, war crimes, including using starvation as a tool of war, a weapon of war. What do you think of that decision, and will it cause the department and the secretary to rethink the support you're providing Israel with in its war in Gaza?
Thanks, Fadi, for the question. So the United States fundamentally rejects the court's decision to issue these arrest warrants for senior Israeli officials. We remain concerned by the prosecutor's rush to seek arrest warrants and, some of the processes that this has played out in. And again, we've been very clear that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over this matter. So, we're in coordination with our partners, including Israel, discussing next steps. I'm not going to have much more for you, as I might refer you to the State Department and the White House for a little bit more. But in terms of our support for Israel, we're continuing to support Israel with the assistance it needs in its, fight against Hamas and Lebanese Hezbollah. But that doesn't mean that we can't continue to make clear our concerns on the conduct and how they are conducting those operations, whether it be in Gaza or on the northern border.
So you're rejecting the decision based on, I guess, technicalities and jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. What do you think of the allegations? Committing war crimes and crimes against humanity.
Again, we don't see eye to eye on where the ICC is. And as I've said, we reject the court's decision to issue these arrest warrants. So I think that pretty much implies that we don't agree with that decision.
Okay, so what is the legal opinion you're basing your rejection on? Did the department issue any legal opinion on what's been happening in Gaza? Did you study any incidents that are mentioned in the ICC decision?
I'm not aware of a formal legal opinion being issued by this department. I think you've asked me that before. Some of the things that, either public reports or private reports or reports from, you know, NGOs, we always take those seriously, and we've had those conversations from here at the podium. And when Minister Gallant was in the seat previously, you know, the secretary was regularly engaging with him about what was happening in Gaza, what was happening on that northern border in Lebanon. And I mean, we take it so seriously that we installed a maritime corridor to get aid into Gaza. So it's something that we're going to continue to engage with the Israelis on, and we have people in the region right now engaging on these issues that you're raising. So again, I'm not aware of like a legal review coming from this building, but all the issues that you raise every single day, whether it be here in this briefing room or you know in our office, we take very seriously.
I have one more follow-up.
Of course.
So if you don't have any legal assessment, how can you reject what's been presented by a legal body, one of the highest, you know, it's an international law court. How can you reject it if you don't have a counter legal assessment? What is is it a political rejection? And if you don't have a legal assessment?
Yeah, again, Fadi, I'm just not going to have more for you to provide other than what I said is that we reject the court's decision. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has to go through a legal process. We can reject decisions from the court that come down in various forms. We're in discussions with our partners, including Israel, on next steps, but I'm just not going to have more for you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. The Russian president suggests that this regional conflict now has global elements, and the British are talking about fighting the Russian tonight if needed. IRBMs are being fired into Ukraine, and Ukraine is firing US and British missiles into Russia. So you are accusing Russia of escalating, they are accusing you back of escalating, but one thing is for certain, that things are escalating. Where do you think this is headed towards? Because many countries are very much concerned that hundreds of millions of people are going to be impacted by what could actually unfold. So like, where do you think this is headed to?
Well, I'll say something that we've said from the beginning is that we don't seek a wider regional conflict. We don't seek war with Russia. And I think we've been pretty clear about that from this podium and from this administration. What we are going to do, though, and what we have made clear in public channels and in private channels, is that we're not going to stand for another country invading its neighbor. And we're going to continue to support Ukraine in its fight. And I think it's important to remember that this isn't a secret. This was known from the very beginning. We warned Russia, you know, back in 2022, not to do this, and they did it anyways. And so there are consequences for that. But we don't want to see this escalate into a wider regional conflict. We don't seek war with Russia. But absolutely, you're going to see like-minded allies and partners come together to support Ukraine. And that's what we're going to continue to do.
I could ask one more follow-up. I know that you say that you don't want a wider war and that you don't want it to escalate, but it looks like it is kind of escalating from both sides.
U.S. forces aren't in the fight. You don't see, I mean, the only other foreign country that's been brought into this fight is North Korean soldiers on the battlefield, but you're not seeing, you know, U.S. fighters on the ground, and that's not the intention of this administration.
You're right. You're saying that Russia invaded Ukraine. That's correct. You're saying that North Korean soldiers were brought into the battlefield. That's correct.
Yeah.
I'm not like looking into who's right, who's wrong, but like, the fact is that things are escalating and other countries are getting dragged into this. So like, what I'm saying is that, are you concerned that this escalation is accelerating at a speed that no one would really like?
I think we're always going to be concerned by the reckless rhetoric coming out. We are certainly concerned by the escalatory moves and acknowledging your point that Russia is making when it comes to employing DPRK forces on the ground. I mean, we acknowledge that is escalatory, and that would be met with a response. And that's what we're working with Ukraine on and continuing to support them on the battlefield. But to your larger question of, you know, escalation and bringing in countries into the fight, I'll make it very clear again, we don't seek war with Russia. That's not our intention, but we absolutely are going to support Ukraine, and that's been something that the president has been very clear about since day one. Charlie.
Thank you, Sabrina. You said the United States was notified. Was that a matter of days, hours, or minutes about this missile? In his remarks today, Putin said that U.S. defense systems are incapable of intercepting these weapons anyway. How much of a threat do they pose? And second question, there are reports today that a North Korean general may have been injured. Can you confirm that they've engaged in combat or confirm that report?
I can't confirm the report on a North Korean general officer, I think you said, being injured in the battlefield. But that being said, where they are positioned, they are absolutely fair target, and we absolutely expect them to be engaged in the fight. But I can't independently confirm those reports. I've seen them. In terms of Putin's comments on our force posture or our defense systems, I'm just not going to get into that. But what I can tell you is that, again, we're going to continue to support Ukraine with what it needs to be successful on the battlefield. And I think you asked about the pre-notification. We were pre-notified briefly before the launch, but I'm just not going to get into more specifics than that.
Does this weapon, experimental or not, he suggests that there are more of them, and he intends to use them, and he will warn, as he has done. Do they pose a real and present threat in this conflict?
Any weapon that's going to be employed on the battlefield absolutely imposes a threat to the Ukrainians. And that's why, this was, as we said, an experimental intermediate range ballistic missile. It's certainly concerning that they are employing it on the battlefield. But again, Ukraine has withstood countless attacks from Russia, including missiles with significantly larger warheads than this weapon. So we're going to continue to support Ukraine with what it needs. Janie.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. A few questions about Russia, North Korea, and Ukraine. First question, North Korea announced that it will send 100,000 more troops if the soldiers it dispatches die in the Ukraine war. And also President Zelensky said that up to 100,000 North Korean troops would dispatch it in the battle. How would you react to that?
So we're not tracking that 100,000 North Korean troops have been sent to Russia or to fight in this war. What we are tracking and our assessments is that there's probably over 11,000 DPRK soldiers that are in the Kursk region. And as I said on Tuesday, could there be more that get sent to the battlefield? Absolutely. Something that we're going to continue to monitor. But right now our assessment is that it's approximately 11,000 or over 11,000, I should say, in the Kursk region.
It is known that the North Korean military is participating in battles by joining the Russian Marine Corps and airborne troops. Also, the video shown in Ukraine reported that several North Korean soldiers were killed and injured. Does the U.S. have any information on the number of North Korean casualties and injuries in battles?
Similarly to what Charlie asked, I just can't confirm reports that they've started to engage in battle. I've seen the public reporting out there that a general officer was wounded, but again, I can't confirm it. Do we expect these soldiers to be brought into the fight? Yes, absolutely. They are in Kursk for a reason. But I just can't confirm those reports that are circulating right now. We'll certainly keep you updated on that. Yeah, can I just go over here? Yeah.
Thank you, Sabrina. Despite your rejecting the ICC's decision about Mr. Netanyahu and his previous defense minister, Eggland, there are many ally countries in NATO, like Canada, France, are accepting the decision. But my question will be about the core issue, which is the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Mr. Secretary was the first to say that the humanitarian issue in Gaza could be a tactical defeat for Israel if they don't take care of it. Mm-hmm. So now we are far beyond that line, and you just sent a shared letter with the State Department to the Israelis to recheck their position and the humanitarian situation in Gaza, or otherwise you could see what you are going to do with the weapons supply to the Israelis. So after this decision, even if you reject it, do you have anything to do to check the humanitarian issue in Gaza and improve it for the Gazans?
Sorry, just to understand a little bit more of your question, you're asking if we the United States is monitoring the humanitarian aid getting into Gaza?
The decision of the ICC is another thing, but the
Okay.
humanitarian issue and the problems are there.
Right.
So are you going to do anything to address this problem in Gaza?
I mean, every single day we are engaging with the Israelis, and it's not just the Department of Defense. I mean, you have other agencies like USAID, you have the UN that are engaging at their levels to ensure that aid can get in. I think, you know, there are, and certainly, you know, when the secretary has engaged with his counterpart, they do understand that there is a need to get aid into Gaza. And to your point, you know, you don't want a tactical victory to be confused with strategic defeat, which is something that the secretary has spoken about. So absolutely the need to get aid in to the people of Gaza, that is strategic in and of itself. That needs to happen. We're not on the ground. You know, we did set up that maritime corridor over the summer to you know, get aid in as fast as we could. We're working with the Israelis. As we've spoken about, they have opened more crossings, so we are seeing more aid get in. Is it enough? No, more needs to get done. And that's what we're continuing to impress upon them.
About the Russian missile attack, you said we pre-warned about it. Was that like, it's not a nuclear attack warning, or?
It was in the, it was through the nuclear risk reduction channels, and we were briefly notified before the launch. Wafa.
Thank you, Sabrina. I have two questions.
Sure.
First on Iraq. According to very trusty sources, Iraqi sources, Iran-backed groups are manufacturing drones and managing their operations against Israel from Sinjar. Do you have any indication that confirms this? And also, do you have indication that Israel is getting closer to target or attack these groups in Iraq?
I don't have anything on Israel. I would refer you to them to speak to what they plan to do or any operations. In terms of IMG groups within Iraq, I mean, we've certainly seen them launch, you know, attacks at U.S. forces, but also attacks towards Israel. In terms of what you're referencing in like production or things like that, I don't have any confirmation of that happening in Iraq. What I can tell you is that Iran continues to supply these groups with what we've seen, whether it be drones, ammunition. You know, Iran is arming its proxies. How they do that and by what means, I mean, that's coming from Iran, but in terms of manufacturing facilities, I don't have more for you on that.
Okay, on Lebanon, since the United States recognizes Lebanon as a sovereign country, and tomorrow, by the way, is Lebanon Independence Day, does this department believe that the Lebanese armed forces have the same right as Israel to defend themselves, particularly after being targeted directly in recent days and losing more than a dozen of soldiers?
We certainly are concerned by those reports. I mean, Lebanese armed forces are there to also protect their own citizens. We have, you know, have trained and equipped those forces to fight the threat of Hezbollah. But again, I mean, Israel conducting operations on that northern border to weed out Hezbollah, which, you know, continues to launch rockets towards Israel on an almost daily basis. So what we certainly want to see is those LAF forces, you know, protected and not get caught in the crossfire. And we've made that clear to our Israeli counterparts.
Do they have the right to defend the country, to defend themselves, particularly in the context of a potential ceasefire deal between Israel and Lebanon?
Well, if there's a ceasefire deal, there would be a cease to fighting. So, of course, we wouldn't want to see fighting on either side. And just to that point, you know, we have people in the region right now that are continuing to push forward for a ceasefire deal to be put in place. And I'll say, you know, we are working up to the last, you know, the final months of this administration. We're going to continue to push every single day. But ultimately, as you mentioned, what's going to bring, you know, peace and allow people to return to their homes on that northern border is a ceasefire. I'm going to go right here, yeah.
Yes, hi, Sabrina for the Italian television. So, do you guys have a feeling of like sort of anti-Semitism towards Israel with this decision from the ICC, looking at all the effort that the US and European allies did to support Israel, at the same time to support the civilian in Gaza, but also, do you feel like there's been some, of course it's hard to admit, but maybe some sort of lack of leadership lately from the US in trying to close the situation in Israel?
No, I don't think there's been a lack of leadership. In fact, as I said, to Wafa, we have people in the region right now engaging on all sides to bring a ceasefire to that northern border in Lebanon, engaging to bring the hostages home in Gaza, pushing every single day to get aid into Gaza to the people that need it most. We have an entire Central Command AOR which is engaging, on a regular basis with their counterparts. So no, I don't actually think there's a lack of leadership. In fact, I think this is where you're seeing U.S. leadership, continue to push and to lead. And the president was just wrapped up his trip overseas. The secretary is concluding his trip in the Indo-Pacific. You're seeing us continue to lead on the world stage. And so, no, I would push back on that notion.
Or decision. It seems like there is a lot of anti-Semitism toward Israel also.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the court. That's not my job. I'd refer you to the court. I'm just not going to speak on behalf of the court. Constantine.
Going back to the attack in Ukraine, can you say how many missiles, IRBM missiles, Russia launched, and can you confirm reports that the missiles had multiple warheads?
I can't confirm either of those right now. We're still doing our assessment with the Ukrainians, so if we have more to share, we certainly will.
And then just to follow up on Charlie's question, obviously you've said that we got a pre-warning from Russia before the attack, but can you say whether any of the early detection systems that the U.S. has to detect a launch like this picked up the launch, worked as intended?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, but I'm just not going to go into those details.
Yeah, follow up on this. So just moments ago, White House press secretary said that the U.S. briefed Ukraine and close allies in recent days to help them prepare. So what kind of knowledge did you have in advance? How detailed was that, and how exactly could Ukraine prepare for this kind of attack?
So we did brief Ukraine and our partners and allies of the possibility that this could be used. Kind of to Constantine's point, this gets to an intelligence assessment that I'm just not going to do from the podium.
And another one, Putin said that Russia launched its missile as a message to the United States. He said that Russia considers itself entitled to use its weapons against the military facilities of those countries who support Ukraine with their weapons. What's your response to that?
So we've seen this rhetoric before, and again, we've been, in private channels as well, very clear to Russia that, the invasion of its sovereign neighbor was an escalatory action and is going to be met with a response on the global stage. And that's why you see over 50 countries coming together to support Ukraine with what it needs, including the United States. So again, the escalatory action, I think, fine to focus on his language and what he's saying, but the escalatory action began in 2022 when Russia invaded its neighbor. Louis.
Going back to the missile, the Ukrainian government seems to be identifying this as an ICBM. Can you tell us the distinction and why there's a difference or disconnect between the U.S. assessment and the Ukrainian assessment?
It's an initial assessment that they probably did. An IRBM and an ICBM, they can have similar flight paths, they can have high trajectories, they can carry large payloads, but the main difference lies in the range and the strategic purpose. And so I think, probably an initial assessment was done, but of course that's just an initial assessment, and once we were able to do more, we assessed that this was, or this, we know that it was an intermediate range ballistic missile.
And at the top, you mentioned that this is an experimental missile. What makes it experimental?
What makes it experimental is that this was the first time it was used on the battlefield. Yeah.
I have two questions, please. One, when was the last time Secretary spoke with the Russian defense minister, or what Russians are saying about this longest war now in recent history, 1,000 days and war still going on?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact date that the secretary spoke to his Russian counterpart, but we did put out a readout of that, and that is available on defense.gov. I want to say it was earlier this summer, but I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Second question, as far as North Korea's support for Russia against Ukraine, some reports are saying that if you can confirm that who's behind North Korea helping Russia, is it China? Is playing the games or fighting or helping Russia through North Korea?
Yeah, so I'm not going to speak on behalf of North Korea, but I think North Korea has shown its ability to make its own decisions in supporting Russia in its war. Certainly, we've engaged our PRC counterparts when it comes to what's happening on the battlefield in Ukraine, but I think North Korea has certainly demonstrated that they want to support Russia in its continuing war, and if that means sending off 11,000 soldiers to die on the battlefield, then so be it.
Just a quick speaking with the Chinese counterparts and all that. What are they saying, or what is their reaction on this Ukraine and Russia war, and now North Korea involved?
Yeah, I'm certainly not going to be the spokesperson for the PRC. Yeah, in the back. Yeah, and then I'll come to Idris.
I wanted to ask a question about the anti-personnel mines.
Sure.
Can you confirm that those were included in the package yesterday? And are you expecting to send multiple tranches of those?
They were included in the most recent drawdown. In terms of further packages, I just don't have more to preview. But we've made a commitment. Could they be provided in future packages? Sure, but I just don't have anything to preview right now.
Can you also detail at all how much oversight there is going to be on tracking those and how they're used in Ukraine?
Well, so once once our equipment or any capabilities turned over to Ukraine, we work with them and they give us assurances of how they're used. Ukraine has given us the assurances that they're going to be used on the Ukrainian territory. But it doesn't change the requirement that Ukraine is going to have to conduct a massive demining effort at the end of this war to remove any unexploded ordnance, both from the landmines that Russia hasn't put in place and also to anything else that has been used on the battlefield. We've already seen them conduct this type of operation, in some of the territory that they've recaptured. But, the U.S. is committed to supporting them and to helping them with what they need in those demining efforts. But absolutely, they, have committed that they're going to use these mines in their own territory. And I should have added that they're not going to use them in populated areas.
So there's no additional tracking in addition to what would be other equipment?
We're not tracking it in terms of where they place them, but certainly we are going to, they have given us their assurances that they will be employed in a way that, protects civilians as well. Idris, yeah.
Answered Louis' question. You said it was experimental because it was the first time it was used.
It was the first time we've ever seen it used on the battlefield. That's correct.
A experiment or a test that they carried out, or is it now operational, I guess?
Sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to not expand more on Louis' question. That's really for Russia to speak to. If they consider this a test, the way we would consider this experimental, in that this is the first time we've seen this type of capability used. We haven't seen them use this previously, and it's
it's a new capability. Then instead of experimental, sounds like it might be developed, may not be developed.
This is like where I would refer you to. I can't say it's a new capability in that it is building on a capability that they have. As I said, it was based on the RS-26, but it's the first time that we've seen it employed on the battlefield in this way. So that's why we consider it experimental. But again, for Russia, characterizing it as a test or, do we expect them to use this again? That's not something I can really answer.
Compared to their other IRBM capabilities?
I just don't have more for you right now.
Is this missile capable of carrying a nuclear warhead?
It could be refitted to certainly carry different types of, conventional or nuclear warheads. But, again, that's all I could share with you today. Okay. Thanks, everyone.